Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The mountains of Luminaria pierced the heavens like the crown of a forgotten god, their peaks eternally cloaked in a shimmer of prismatic mist. Beneath those majestic summits, veins of precious orelight, capable of storing magical energy for centuries, had drawn the Ironbeard clan of dwarves to establish their greatest mining operation in 7 generations. Master Delver Grimly Stonehammer raised his lantern, its azure glow revealing an immense cavern untouched by mortal hands. The walls sparkled with orelight deposits, richer than any he had witnessed in his 160 years of mining. His team of 12 stood in reverent silence, their bearded faces bathed in the ethereal blue radiance. "By Moradin's forge," whispered his apprentice, Torgin, "ye will be heroes to the clan." Grimly's weathered face remained stern as he studied the curious markings etched into the center of the cavern floor. A perfect circle inscribed with runes that predated even dwarven history. At its heart lay a single crystalline seal pulsing with amber light, like the heartbeat of some ancient entity. "No glory comes from disturbing what our ancestors deliberately buried," Grimly cautioned, but his words fell on ears deafened by visions of wealth and prestige. The breaking of the seal resonated through the mountain like the snapping of a cosmic tether. The amber light flared blindingly before extinguishing, plunging the cavern into momentary darkness before the miners' lanterns sputtered back to life. For 3 heartbeats, nothing happened. Then the mountain screamed. The tremors began deep within the earth, a rhythmic pounding like the footfalls of a colossus awakening from eons of slumber. Fissures spread across the cavern ceiling, and the dwarves fled toward the tunnels, all save Grimly, who stood transfixed by what emerged from beneath the shattered seal. A single crystalline scale the size of a shield, gleaming with inner fire that shifted between crimson and gold. "Our dragon," he breathed, the forbidden word barely audible before the mountain's heart erupted in flame. 3 days later, the village of Elmcrest on the foothills of Luminaria burned under a torrent of dragonfire. Stone melted like tallow, timber exploded into cinders, desperate prayers evaporated with the tongues that spoke them. From the safety of the surrounding forest, 18-year-old Elindra Windsong watched her childhood home transformed into an inferno, her heart a battlefield between terror and an inexplicable sense of recognition that stirred in her blood at the sight of the magnificent horror circling overhead. Zarathos, the Ancient One, had awakened, his vast wings blotting out the sun as he unleashed centuries of pent rage upon the lands that had once feared his name. Now called the Harbinger of Ashenfall, his return signaled a terror thought banished to legend. In the fortified city of Kingshaven, King Thorin Valahart slammed his mailed fist against the war table, scattering markers representing the 7 villages already reduced to cinders. His council of lords and mages flinched at the uncharacteristic display of temper from their usually composed monarch. "How does a dragon of such size remain hidden for centuries?" he demanded, his crown of ruined silver gleaming ominously in the torchlight. "And why does it emerge now, when our armies are committed to the northern campaign?" Archmage Lysander cleared his throat. The ancient texts speak of Zarathos as no ordinary dragon, Your Majesty. He is one of the primordials, those who witnessed the sundering of realms in the First Age. If the legends are true, he was not merely hidden but enchanted into ageless slumber by the dragon tamers, an order that perished a millennium ago. Legends and ancient orders matter little to those being incinerated, Thorin replied coldly. Assemble the dragon hunters. This beast falls before the next full moon, or I'll have a new archmage advising my throne. As the council dispersed, none noticed the palace gardener's apprentice slipping away from her post by the window, her hands trembling not with fear, but with a strange exhilaration that made the spiral birthmark on her wrist burn like fire against her skin. Elindra had come to Kingshaven seeking anonymity after being driven from 3 previous villages due to unexplainable incidents that occurred in her presence. Fires that started when she felt threatened, animals that grew calm under her touch, strange dreams of flight over landscapes she had never seen. The palace gardens had provided sanctuary for nearly a year until Zarathos's awakening had ignited something primal within her that could no longer be denied. That night, she visited the one person in Kingshaven who might have answers. Myrtle, the herb witch who lived in the shadow of the city walls, tolerated for her healing skills, yet shunned for her uncanny insights. "I've been expecting you, child," Myrtle said before Elindra could speak, the ancient woman's clouded eyes fixed on Elindra's concealed wrist. "The mark burns, doesn't it?" "Calling you to him." "What am I?" Elindra whispered, removing her glove to reveal the spiral pattern that now pulsed with amber light, identical to the dying embers in Myrtle's hearth. "The last, perhaps," Myrtle replied enigmatically, retrieving a wooden box from beneath floorboards worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. From it, she withdrew a pendant of twisted metal that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the firelight. "Your mother left this in my keeping before she fled the king's purge of old bloodlines 20 years ago. She said you would come when the winged guardian returned." The pendant felt strangely alive against Elindra's palm, its metal warming to her touch as intricate patterns, invisible moments before, began to glow along its surface with the same amber light as her birthmark. "The dragon speaker's talisman," Myrtle explained. "Not worn by a dragon tamer since the reign of King Valorian the Just, 5 generations before Thorin Silvertongue usurped the throne with whispers and promises." "Usurped," Elindra's eyes widened, "but the Valahart line has ruled for centuries." Myrtle's laugh was bitter as winter berries. "Names can be stolen as easily as crowns, child. The true crime was not the taking of the throne, but what was done to maintain it. The enchanted slumber of Zarathos was never meant to be eternal, only a sacred trust, a pact between dragon and tamer that would endure until the shadow gates required their guardian once more. Dawn found Elindra on the ancient pilgrimage road that wound into the heart of the Luminaria range, the dragon speaker's talisman concealed beneath her cloak, and Myrtle's final words echoing in her mind. "The dragon does not rampage without purpose. Find him before the king's hunters do, or something far worse than a vengeful dragon will befall these lands." The journey through progressively more devastated landscapes tested every fiber of Elindra's courage. Villages lay in ruins, forests stood as gardens of charcoal skeletons, and the very air grew caustic with remnants of dragonfire. Yet with each step closer to the mountain's higher reaches, the chaotic pounding of her heart steadied into a rhythm that matched the pulsing of the talisman. She found Zarathos in a vast caldera near the mountain summit, a crater lake of molten stone that bubbled with thermal energy. The dragon's scales shimmered between crimson and gold as he lay curled around a formation of crystal spires that rose from the center of the lake like the ribs of some colossal, long-dead titan. His size defied comprehension, each scale larger than a knight's shield. His wings, when partially unfurled, could have shaded half of Kingshaven. Ancient scars marked his flanks, and one horn had been broken near its tip, perhaps in the battle that had led to his enchanted imprisonment. Elindra stood at the caldera's edge, talisman raised before her like a fragile shield, every instinct screaming for flight while something deeper, more primal, urged her forward. The dragon's massive head turned, molten gold eyes fixing upon her with an intelligence that transcended bestial awareness. "Dragon tamer," rumbled a voice directly into her mind, the words carrying notes of surprise, suspicion, and a wary hope. "I thought your kind extinguished from the world, as we thought yours confined to legend," Elindra replied, astonished to find words coming unbidden to her lips, in a language she had never learned yet somehow understood perfectly. "Why do you burn our homes and slaughter innocents, Great One?" The dragon's laughter shook loose stones from the caldera walls. "Innocence is a luxury afforded to the ignorant young tamer. Those who broke my seal were warned by runes even a hatchling could read. As for the villagers, I seek what was stolen during my slumber, the shadow key, without which the gates cannot be sealed when they begin to fail. As they do now." With a massive claw, Zarathos indicated the crystal formation he encircled. Elindra saw then what she had missed. The spires were not natural formations, but the deteriorating remains of an enormous arcane structure, its facets cracked and dulled with age. Within those fractures, something darker than night seemed to writhe and pulse, as though testing the strength of its prison. "The Shadow Gate," she whispered. "And you are its guardian." "The last of 7, Zarathos confirmed grimly. "The others fell during my enforced slumber, betrayed by the one who wears the crown of binding, the artifact forged to control the Tamers, but perverted to enslave their dragon allies instead." Understanding dawned with the cold clarity of mountain air. King Thorin's crown, the silver one with ancient runes, not silver. "Dragon shadow metal, harvested from the corpse of my mate." The dragon's mental voice carried centuries of anguish. With it, the usurper's lineage has maintained control over the old bloodlines, suppressing their powers and hunting any who showed signs of awakening. "Your ancestors were not merely tamers, young one. They were guardians in their own right, sworn to maintain the balance between realms." A hunting horn echoed across the mountainside, the dragon hunters, closing in with deadly purpose. Zarathos tensed, flames flickering between his massive teeth. "They come for you," Elindra said, decision crystallizing within her heart. "But they will not find a rampaging monster. Show me how to help you find this shadow key before the gate fails completely." With the talisman's guidance and Zarathos's ancient knowledge, they formulated a desperate plan. The dragon hunters would expect to find a beast they could fight with steel and spell, not a dragon and tamer working in harmony for the first time in a millennium. 3 days later, as King Thorin held court in Kingshaven's throne room, the ceiling exploded inward in a rain of masonry and golden dragonfire that harmed no one, but succeeded in clearing the chamber of all save the most stalwart guards. Zarathos's massive head thrust through the opening, while upon his neck rode Elindra, the dragon speaker's talisman blazing like a second sun against her breast. "Usurper," she called, her voice carrying the harmonic resonance of dragon speech. "Return what was stolen, or watch your kingdom fall to shadow." Thorin rose from his throne, his face a mask of cold fury beneath the silver crown. "So the last wind song shows herself. I should have hunted down your mother more thoroughly." His hand moved to touch the crown, and Elindra felt Zarathos flinch beneath her as invisible bonds of pain tightened around the dragon's will. "This crown ensures no dragon will ever challenge my line. Your beast is mine to command now." But something unexpected happened as the king's power surged toward them. The talisman flared in response, and Elindra felt knowledge flood her consciousness, the true nature of the bond between Tamer and Dragon, not one of mastery, but of partnership. Her mind merged with Zarathos's in perfect synchrony, their wills becoming a unified defense against the crown's magic. "The crown controls dragons, false king," Elindra declared, her voice and Zarathos's merging into a sound that shook the very foundations of the palace. "But it has no dominion over a dragon and tamer united as equals." With a roar that shattered every window in Kingshaven, Zarathos unleashed a focused stream of fire directly at Thorin's crown. The king screamed as the silver circlet blazed with sudden heat, revealing its true nature, not metal at all, but the compressed essence of shadow given physical form through forbidden alchemy. As the crown melted away, a small obsidian key clattered to the floor, the shadow key, hidden in plain sight for centuries, its power masked by the greater magic of the crown itself. In the days that followed, as Elindra and Zarathos used the recovered key to repair the failing shadow gate, the truth of Kingshaven's bloody history emerged from archives long suppressed. The Valahart line had indeed been usurped generations ago, their rightful heirs systematically eliminated or subjugated through the crown's insidious magic. The surviving lords of the realm, freed from the subtle compulsions that had bound their judgment for centuries, convened a council to establish a new form of governance, one that would include representatives of the old bloodlines emerging from hiding now that the danger had passed. As for Elindra and Zarathos, they established a new sanctuary within the Luminaria range, reopening the ancient academy where tamers and dragons had once trained together as guardians of the realm. For while the immediate threat had been contained, the Shadow Gates would always require vigilance, and the descendants of both dragons and tamers would need to rediscover the harmonious partnership that had once made them legendary. And in the highest tower of that reborn academy, displayed as both warning and inspiration, rested the remnants of a false crown, a reminder that the greatest dangers often wear the guise of protection, and that true power lies not in dominion over others, but in the strength of bonds freely forged between unlikely allies. Story 2. The first pillar fell during the Feast of Seven Moons, its ancient stone collapsing into dust with a sound that echoed across the realm like the death knell of a god. In the imperial city of Luminastra, where towering spires of opalescent crystal caught the light of 3 moons, Emperor Keldorn Night Whisper paused mid-toast, his goblet of star wine suspended between table and lips as the distant rumble shuddered through the marrow of his bones. Along the borders of reality, where the veil between life and death had always hung thin as gossamer, the consequences were immediate and terrible. The crumbling of the western pillar left a wound in the fabric of existence, and through that gash poured horrors not meant for mortal eyes, wraiths with faces of smoke and hunger, aberrations that walked on too many limbs, spectral beasts whose howls drove men to madness. Within a fortnight, the northern pillar followed its sibling into oblivion as it dissolved into mist and memory. Villages along the Whispering Coast vanished overnight, leaving behind only circles of frost in the shapes of their inhabitants, perfect silhouettes of terror that would not melt even under the summer sun. In the Whisper Shadow Forest, where ancient trees grew twisted into the shapes of forgotten alphabets, the reclusive archimage Valerian felt the second collapse like a blade between his ribs. His self-imposed exile had lasted 23 years, ever since the heresy tribunals had stripped him of his titles and banished him from imperial lands for suggesting what was now becoming horribly apparent, that the sacred pillars of eternity were not eternal after all. "It seems your warnings have found vindication, old friend," came a voice from the shadows of his library. Valerian did not startle, Few could penetrate the labyrinthine enchantments surrounding his woodland sanctuary, but Magister Thorn had always been exceptional. The imperial emissary stepped into the pool of amber lamplight, his crimson robes of office immaculate, despite the 3-day journey through untamed wilderness. "The Emperor requests your immediate return to Luminastra." Valerian's laugh was as dry as ancient parchment. Requests. How diplomatically phrased. The same Emperor who signed my exile now requests my counsel. The same Emperor who now faces 6 more potential catastrophes, Thorn replied, his face grave beneath his silver-streaked beard. The astromancers have confirmed it. All 7 pillars show signs of imminent collapse. The court oracles speak of the ancient scrolls, prophecy. The convergence of shadows, Valerian finished, his voice dropping to a whisper. When the 7 become none, and the veil is torn asunder. By dawn, they were traveling the old imperial road toward the capital. Valerian's weathered hands clutching a leather satchel containing decades of research, journals filled with calculations and dark foretellings that had once been dismissed as the ravings of a heretic. Now they might be the Empire's only hope. The imperial city had changed in his absence. Where once Luminastra had been a harmonious blend of architecture and natural beauty, now it loomed like a fortress against the darkening sky. The crystal spires remained, but they were reinforced with bands of enchanted metal, and atop every tower stood robed figures, maintaining protective wards that shimmered like heat mirages in the twilight air. The Crimson Order has grown powerful in your absence, Thorn murmured as their carriage passed beneath the ruby arch. High Priest Malachi sits at the Emperor's right hand now. Valerian's expression hardened. Malachi was my student once, before he chose political power over truth. The reception at court was as frigid as Valerian had expected. Noble houses that had once vied for his mentorship now averted their gaze as he passed. The Emperor himself, once a vibrant man whose laughter could fill the grand hall, now sat hollow-eyed upon the crystal throne, his skin ashen and lined with premature age. Only the High Priest seemed truly alive in the oppressive atmosphere of the palace. Malachi Crimson Veil stood beside the throne like a sinuous flame given human form, his ageless face bearing the same eager smile Valerian remembered from decades past. Too eager, too unchanged by the years. The prodigal teacher returns, Malachi announced, his voice carrying unnaturally through the hall. Come to share his wisdom after the crisis has already begun. A crisis I foresaw and was exiled for mentioning, Valerian replied evenly, bowing to the Emperor rather than his former pupil. Your Majesty, I bring my research on the Pillars of Eternity. The situation may not be beyond salvation, but we must act swiftly. That night, after presenting his findings to the Imperial Council, Valerian returned to his assigned chambers to find a stranger waiting in the shadows. His hands moved instinctively to weave a defensive spell, but the intruder made no threatening motion. The wards on your door were compromised, said a voice soft as falling ash. A woman stepped into the moonlight, her face half concealed behind a mask of silver filigree, her body wrapped in leathers dark as midnight. If I meant you harm, Archimage, your body would already be cooling on these fine imperial tiles. Shadow Hunter, Valerian observed, noting the distinctive curved daggers at her hips. I was unaware the Emperor employed your kind. He doesn't. The woman's eyes, visible through slits in her mask, were the color of Arctic ice. I serve a different master, one who also seeks to prevent the cataclysm the Crimson Order is hastening. Her name was Lyra, and she spoke no more of her origins or allegiances that night. Instead, she shared intelligence that confirmed Valerian's darkest suspicions. The pillars weren't simply failing, they were being deliberately sabotaged. Over the following days, as the eastern and southern pillars collapsed in quick succession, Valerian maintained the pretense of cooperation with the Imperial Council while secretly working with Lyra to uncover the truth. The Shadow Hunter moved like a ghost through passages unknown even to those who had built the palace, bringing back fragments of conversations, pages from locked codices, and once a vial of viscous crimson liquid that radiated malevolence. "Essence of the void," Valerian whispered, holding the vial to the light. "An impossible substance. It can only be harvested from the space between realms." His eyes met Lyra's. "The Crimson Order isn't trying to prevent the Pillar's collapse. They're accelerating it." The conspiracy unfolded before them like a poisonous flower. The ancient scrolls had indeed prophesied the convergence, a moment when the barriers between life and death would temporarily dissolve. What they hadn't explicitly stated was that such an event could be harnessed by those with the knowledge and will to do so. "Immortality," Lyra concluded as they pored over translated fragments in Valerian's chambers. They believe the convergence will allow them to transcend death itself. "At the cost of every other soul in the Empire," Valerian added grimly. "When the final pillar falls, the dead will overrun the living." The Order plans to use that chaos as a sacrifice, millions of souls to fuel their ascension. The central pillar fell 5 days before the prophesied astral convergence, when all 7 moons would align for the first time in a millennium. The Imperial City descended into panic as specters manifested in broad daylight, and reality itself began to warp around the edges. Streets twisted into impossible geometries, reflections moved independently of their owners. The border between dream and waking blurred into meaninglessness. It became clear that Malachi was merely a figurehead. Behind him stood the true architect of devastation, the Emperor himself. Keldorn Nightwhisper had made a secret pact with the Crimson Order decades ago, when a wasting illness had first begun to consume him from within. The preservation spells that had kept him functioning had reached their limit. Only true immortality could save him now. "He was a good man once," Valerian told Lyra as they prepared for their desperate mission. "Ambition and fear can corrupt even the noblest heart." Only 2 pillars remained, the southeastern and the celestial. The latter stood at the very heart of the Imperial Palace, hidden beneath the grand observatory where generations of astromancers had charted the movements of the moons. The Crimson Order had already begun the ritual that would bring down the southeastern pillar, leaving only the celestial to fall during the moment of convergence. With Lyra's knowledge of hidden pathways and Valerian's command of arcane countermeasures, they fought their way to the observatory as reality crumbled around them. The palace halls had become a nightmare landscape where the laws of nature held no sway. Staircases that led to different destinations with each step, corridors that looped back upon themselves, chambers where time flowed at different rates. They found the Emperor and his inner circle arrayed around the celestial pillar, a column of pure starlight that pulsed with the heartbeat of creation itself. Malachi stood with arms outstretched, reciting incantations from a tome bound in materials Valerian dared not identify. "Stop this madness, Keldorn!" Valerian's voice echoed unnaturally in the distorted space. "Would you sacrifice your people for an abomination of existence?" The Emperor turned, his face no longer fully human, veins of void essence pulsing beneath his translucent skin. "Better to rule in eternity than serve the natural order, old friend. The convergence comes, the final pillar will fall, and we shall transcend." What followed was a battle that could not be fully described in mortal terms. Lyra moved like shadow given purpose, her enchanted blades finding the throats of crimson acolytes with unerring precision. Valerian called down magics not used since the Age of Wonders, his aged body a conduit for forces that should have consumed him. Yet it was not enough. As the 7 moons aligned overhead, visible through the crystal dome of the observatory, Malachi completed his incantation. The southeastern pillar collapsed in the distance, its destruction sending a shockwave of necromantic energy across the land. With the celestial pillar now standing alone against oblivion, Valerian faced his final choice. The ancient scrolls had hinted at a counter-ritual, one that could not prevent the convergence but might redirect its power. One that required a willing sacrifice of extraordinary magical potential. There must be another way, Lyra insisted, her mask discarded in the heat of battle to reveal a face both fierce and beautiful, marked with the sigils of a long-forgotten order of mystical guardians. "There isn't," Valerian replied with strange serenity. "But there is a choice in how this power is used." As Malachi raised the sacrificial dagger to complete the ritual that would channel the convergence into the bodies of the Crimson Order, Valerian threw himself against the celestial pillar. His body merged with the starlight, his consciousness expanding beyond its mortal confines. The convergence arrived, a moment when all barriers between realms dissolved, when the power of creation and destruction hung in perfect balance. Through Valerian's sacrifice, that power was neither contained nor destroyed, but redirected. Throughout the Empire, the spectral horrors that had plagued the land did not vanish, but transformed. The wounds in reality healed not by closing, but by evolving. The boundaries between life and death, once rigid and unyielding, became permeable in new and wondrous ways. In the Imperial City, those who witnessed the transformation spoke of a new kind of existence blossoming from the ruins of the old. The Crimson Order's quest for immortality resulted not in their godhood, but in a fundamental reshaping of reality, where life and death became stages of a greater continuum rather than absolute states. And at the heart of this new world stood not 7 pillars, but a single tower of living light, a beacon visible from every corner of the realm, within which those with the eyes to see could glimpse the form of a robed figure, arms outstretched in eternal vigilance. Lyra, last of the Veil Guardians, took up her vigil at the base of this new monument. To those who made the pilgrimage seeking wisdom, she would tell the tale of the Archimage who had not saved the old world, but enabled the birth of a new one. Not through conquest or control, but through the ultimate sacrifice of becoming the thing he had once sought merely to understand. In time, the empire that had exiled him came to revere him, and the name Valerian became synonymous not with heresy, but with transcendence. For in the end, he had neither saved nor destroyed the empire that had betrayed him, but transformed it into something that perhaps, in time, might prove worthy of such devotion. Story 3. Blood dripped from Princess Seraphina's palm onto the ancient stonework as moonlight streamed through the shattered dome of what had once been the grand throne room of Solaria. 7 days of searching through the ruins of her ancestral home had led to this moment, standing before the hidden vault that generations of her family had died protecting. "By blood of the sun-blessed, reveal what was hidden," she whispered, pressing her wounded hand against the solar emblem carved into the stone. The vault door responded with a sound like a final breath escaping long-dead lungs. Golden light spilled from the widening crack as ancient mechanisms ground to life after centuries of silence. Within lay a single pedestal upon which rested a sword that seemed crafted from captured sunlight, Albafire, the legendary blade of the Solarian kings, thought lost when the kingdom fell to the armies of Shadowhall 20 years earlier. As Seraphina's fingers closed around the hilt, visions exploded behind her eyes. A red moon hanging bloated and ominous in a midnight sky, a temple sinking beneath dark waters, and most disturbing of all, a young man with eyes the color of twilight, wielding Albafire's twin, a blade that seemed to swallow light rather than emit it. The time of reunion approaches. Came a voice like wind through ancient tombs. The spectral figure of an old woman materialized beside the pedestal, her form translucent, yet bearing the unmistakable regalia of the Oracle of Ages. The swords that should never have been sundered called to one another across the void. Across the blighted wastes, in the shadow-cloaked fortress of Ravenspire, Prince Kairos jolted awake, sweat-drenched and gasping. The nightmare had returned, the same vision that had plagued him since his 16th birthday 3 years ago. A temple underwater, a blood-red moon, and a woman with hair like spun gold, wielding a sword that burned with inner fire. His hand instinctively sought the hilt of the blade that never left his side. Nightshade pulsed beneath his touch, its obsidian surface seeming to ripple like liquid shadow in the dim light of his chamber. The sword had been his only inheritance from a father he had never known, the last king of Shadowhall, before the rebellion that had sent Kairos into exile as an infant. "It stirs again," observed a deep voice from the doorway, Lord Vexus. Once his father's most trusted general, and now Kairos's reluctant protector, stood with arms crossed over a chest broad as a bear's. "The blade seeks its other half," Kairos scowled. "It's just a sword. A finely crafted one, but metal and magic nonetheless." Vexus's weathered face remained impassive. The Nightshade and Albafire were forged from the blood of gods. Young prince, they are as much alive as you or I, and far more dangerous. Before Kairos could respond, a horn blared from the watchtower. Moments later, the fortress trembled as though struck by a battering ram. Vexus threw open the chamber windows to reveal a sight that froze the blood in their veins. A dozen knights in gleaming obsidian armor, astride steeds with eyes of flame, led by a figure whose armor seemed to absorb the very moonlight. "The Knights of the Obsidian Order," Vexus whispered, his usual stoicism cracking to reveal genuine fear. "They were supposed to be a myth." "Myths don't attack fortresses," Kairos replied grimly, buckling on Nightshade. "Whatever they want, they won't take it without a fight." Within the hour, Ravenspire was engulfed in chaos. The Obsidian Knights cut through the fortress defenses with terrifying efficiency, their weapons passing through steel armor as though it were silk. Kairos and Vexus fought their way to the hidden escape tunnel beneath the keep, but not before witnessing the Knights systematically eliminating anyone who stood in their path. "They're not here for the fortress," Vexus realized as they emerged from the tunnel into the foothills beyond. "They're hunting the sword, and you." 3 days later, Princess Seraphina crouched behind a fallen oak at the edge of the Whispering Forest, watching as the same black-armored knights who had razed the remains of Solaria Castle methodically searched the woodland path behind her. Albafire hung at her hip, concealed within layers of enchanted cloth that dampened its golden glow, yet somehow the knights had tracked her across 50 leagues of wilderness. The order serves neither light nor shadow, but only the balance between. The ghostly oracle had warned, before fading from existence, they will stop at nothing to prevent the reunification of the blades before the appointed time. A twig snapped behind her. Seraphina whirled, drawing Albafire in a fluid motion that sent golden sparks dancing through the twilight air, only to find her blade crossed with one of midnight black that seemed to devour the light Albafire cast. For a heartbeat that stretched into eternity, Seraphina stared into eyes the exact color of the space between day and night. The young man holding Nightshade appeared equally stunned, recognition flickering across features that might have been handsome, if not contorted with suspicion. "Salarian!" he spat, though he made no move to press his attack. "Shadowborn," she countered, holding her ground. Before either could speak again, an obsidian arrow whistled through the space between them, embedding itself in the tree trunk with a sound like shattering glass. The knights had found them. Truce, the young man, Kairos, she somehow knew without being told, suggested with grim practicality. Seraphina nodded once, sharply. Truce, for now. Together they fled deeper into the whispering forest, their hereditary blades leading them forward as though pulled by an invisible cord. Behind them, the obsidian knights pursued with the relentless patience of the truly immortal. By midnight, they had reached a clearing dominated by an ancient circle of standing stones. Both swords thrummed with power, pulling their wielders toward the center of the circle, where a pool of water, dark as a starless night, reflected the waxing moon overhead. "I've seen this place," Kairos murmured, "in my dreams." "As have I," Seraphina admitted reluctantly. "The submerged temple lies beneath these waters. But it will only reveal itself during the red moon eclipse," Kairos finished, "7 days from now." Their eyes met across the pool, mutual distrust warring with the undeniable sense that their fates were intertwined beyond their understanding or control. A rustling in the underbrush broke the moment. Not the knights this time, but a figure in robes the color of dust and time, leaning on a staff carved with symbols that shifted like living things beneath the moonlight. "The children of sunlight and shadow," the stranger observed. Voice neither male nor female, but something in between. The final pieces move into position. "Who are you?" Seraphina demanded, albafire raised defensively. The figure pushed back its hood to reveal a face impossibly ancient yet ageless. "I am Etherwalk, last of the Keepers of Balance. I have waited 300 years for your arrival." Over the following days, as they remained hidden in the mystical protection of the stone circle, Etherwalk revealed the truth that had been kept from both royal houses for generations. The twin swords had indeed been forged from the blood of rival gods, Solaris the Radiant and Nyx the Evernight, but not as weapons of war. They were keys, created to seal away a primordial entity whose awakening would consume all realms, mortal and divine. Azathoth, the Void Hunger, Etherwalk explained as they sat around a campfire that cast no shadows. "May the first and final god, who exists beyond time and space, eternally seeking entry into our reality to devour it. Every 1,000 years, the cosmic barriers thin during the red moon eclipse, allowing Azathoth the opportunity to breach our world. And these swords can stop it," Kairos asked skeptically. "When wielded by the last blood of their respective divine lineages." "Yes," Etherwalk confirmed. "And your ancestors were not merely noble houses. They were descendants of gods, tasked with maintaining the seal across generations." "Then why were our kingdoms at war for centuries?" Seraphina demanded. Etherwalk's ancient eyes filled with sorrow. "The knowledge was lost during the Dark Century. By the time I discovered the truth, your great-grandparents were already committed to mutual destruction. I've spent lifetimes attempting to mend what was broken, to prepare for this moment." On the eve of the eclipse, the Obsidian Knights finally breached the protective circle. As Kairos and Seraphina fought back-to-back, their blades moving in perfect synchronicity despite never having trained together, Etherwalk revealed the Order's true purpose. They serve the equilibrium, the cosmic force that maintains separation between realms, the Keeper shouted above the clash of steel on obsidian. "They believe Azathoth's consumption of our reality is the natural order, that fighting it disrupts the greater balance of the multiverse. As dawn broke on the day of the eclipse, only Kairos, Seraphina, and a gravely wounded Etherwalk remained alive within the circle. The pool at its center had begun to bubble and churn, revealing glimpses of golden spires and crystal domes beneath the dark waters. "The temple rises," Etherwalk gasped. "But you must know the final truth before you enter." The dying keeper revealed the last, terrible piece of the prophecy. The sealing ritual required one bearer to remain within the temple as it sank back beneath the waters, eternally guarding the breach point against Azathoth's influence. "One must die so that all may live," Etherwalk whispered with a final breath. As the red moon rose bloated and ominous overhead, the temple emerged fully from the depths, a structure of impossible architecture, with spires that seemed to pierce reality itself and halls that bent in directions the human mind could not properly comprehend. At its heart, they found the breach, a pulsing void in the fabric of existence, through which something vast and utterly alien was beginning to push through. The very air warped around it, reality fraying at the edges, as Azathoth's presence leaked into the mortal realm. Albafire and Nightshade pulled their wielders forward, the swords singing in harmonic resonance as they approached the breach. "It should be me," Kairos said suddenly, breaking the silence between them. "My lineage brought this upon us. If the histories Etherwalk showed us are true, it was my ancestor who first sought to harness Azathoth's power rather than contain it." Seraphina studied him in the crimson light, seeing beyond the prince of a rival kingdom to the man who had fought at her side these past days. "Your ancestors' sins are not your own," she replied, "as mine are not mine." "Then what shall determine who stays and who goes?" he asked bitterly. The answer came not in words, but in the sudden, simultaneous illumination of ancient runes along the temple floor, a perfect circle divided into two halves, one gleaming gold, the other deepest black. "Together," Seraphina realized, a sense of profound peace washing over her. "We both stay, one sword to pierce the darkness, one to ignite the light, one defender of shadow, one guardian of flame." Understanding dawned in Kairos's twilight eyes. The eternal balance. As the eclipse reached its totality, they plunged the twin blades into the heart of the breach, their free hands clasped tightly together across the divide. Power surged through the ancient weapons, through their bodies, and into the very foundations of the temple. The breach contracted, folding in upon itself as Azathoth's reaching presence was driven back beyond the boundaries of reality. The temple began to sink once more, water rushing into its countless chambers. But within the central sanctum, a perfect bubble of magic formed around the two guardians, not a means of escape, but a preservation, a suspension between moments that would last as long as the swords remained embedded in the sealed breach. Neither truly alive nor dead, they would dream together for eternity, descendants of rival gods united in purpose at last. And in the centuries that followed, the kingdoms of Solaria and Shadowhall would gradually rebuild from their ruins, united under the protection of the Twilight Covenant, named for the twin guardians who had sacrificed everything to protect the realms of both light and shadow. In taverns across the land, bards would sing of the oath of twin swords, and how the centuries-old hatred between two royal houses had ultimately been transformed into the most powerful protection the world had ever known. Proof that even the deepest divisions could die in the end, become the foundation for the most enduring bonds. Story 4. The stars vanished from the night sky above Ethereum, like candles extinguished by a divine breath. One moment, the celestial tapestries sprawled in infinite glory across the heavens. The next, only emptiness remained, a void so profound it seemed to swallow sound itself. In the highest spire of the crystal citadel, where the floating city's most sacred chambers hovered closest to the now barren sky, Master Taliesin clutched his throat and fell to his knees. The last oracle of the Seven Realms, whose melodious prophecies had guided kings and commoners alike for 3 centuries, opened his mouth in a silent scream as his voice was torn from his body by unseen hands. Dawn broke over and Ethereum transformed. Citizens gathered in the suspended gardens and crystal boulevards, their upturned faces pale with dread as they beheld the daylight sky, empty of both stars and sun, yet somehow still illuminated by a diffuse, sourceless light that cast no shadows. In the citadel, the celestial conclave of mages convened in emergency session, their elaborate robes rustling like nervous birds as they debated the impossible phenomenon. None noticed the slender figure slipping through the servants' passages toward the oracle's chambers. Elawen pressed her palm against the moonstone door, feeling the enchantment recognize her as Taliesin's apprentice. The locks disengaged with a musical chime that seemed obscenely cheerful amid the growing panic. She entered to find her master hunched over his scrying table, charcoal moving frantically across parchment. "Master," she whispered. Taliesin looked up, his ancient eyes wide with terror and urgency. He gestured to his throat, then to the drawings scattered across every surface of the chamber, hundreds of them, created in the hours since his voice had been stolen. Wild, chaotic images of fractured landscapes, shattered moons, and a colossal figure rising from beneath a mountain range. At the center of it all, a single image appeared repeatedly, a young woman with a spiral birthmark on her palm, identical to the one Elowen had hidden beneath leather gloves since arriving in Ethereum as an orphaned child from the lowlands 15 years ago. Before she could question him, a crystalline chime echoed through the chamber, a warning. Taliesin's eyes widened. He swept the most critical drawings into a scroll case, pressed it into Elowen's hands, and pushed her toward a concealed panel in the wall. The door to the chamber exploded inward in a shower of moonstone fragments. Through the settling dust strode 3 figures in blackened armor, adorned with eclipse symbols, their faces hidden behind masks of obsidian. The umbral silencers, legendary assassins thought to be merely a frightening bedtime story. "The oracle will speak no more prophecies," intoned the leader, voice distorted by the mask, "and neither will his secrets outlive him." As the silencers advanced on Taliesin, Elowen slipped through the hidden passage, the scroll case clutched to her chest, her master's final gesture replayed in her mind, not one of farewell, but a desperate command. "Run, remember, reveal." The emergency evacuation pods were designed for conclave members, not apprentices, but Elowen had spent years studying systems she wasn't supposed to access. Her fingers flew across the activation sequence, and moments later, she plummeted through the clouds in a teardrop of enchanted crystal, the floating city of Ethereum shrinking above her. She did not see the silencers emerge onto the balcony above, nor their leader raise a crossbow loaded with a tracking rune that latched onto her escape pod like a parasitic star. The lowlands spread beneath her, a patchwork of struggling settlements and blasted wastelands left by the mage wars centuries earlier. The pod's guidance system failed as it passed through the magical barrier that separated Ethereum from the world below, sending her spiraling toward the infamous Thornwood Forest. Impact came with a splintering of crystal and the snap of ancient branches. Elowen crawled from the wreckage, scroll case still miraculously intact, and stumbled through underbrush that seemed to reach for her with malevolent intent. Night was falling, a night without stars, more terrifying here in the wild than it had been in the safety of the floating city. When rough hands seized her from behind, Elowen fought with the desperate strength of cornered prey. "Easy, little mageling," growled a voice like steel dragged across stone. "If I wanted you dead, you wouldn't be breathing to throw those pathetic punches." Her captor stepped into a shaft of the strange, shadowless light. A tall figure in a weather-beaten captain's coat adorned with mechanical enhancements and pockets that defied spatial logic. His face was all hard angles beneath a three-day beard, with eyes the precise color of a storm about to break. A mechanical raven perched on his shoulder, its glass eyes gleaming with unnatural intelligence. "Captain Raven," Elowen whispered, recognizing the most notorious sky pirate in the Shattered Kingdoms from the bounty notices posted throughout Ethereum. The mechanical bird cocked its head. "She knows you, Thorn," it clicked in a voice of brass and steam. "And everyone knows me, Corvus," the captain replied with a dangerous smile that never reached his eyes. "My reputation soars on infamous wings." He turned his attention back to Elowen. "What I want to know is why 3 umbral silencers are tracking a citadel apprentice through my forest." Before Elowen could respond, a distant roar shattered the unnatural quiet, the unmistakable sound of an Imperial Armada skyship breaking the cloud barrier. "Questions later," Raven muttered, grabbing her wrist. "Run now!" They fled through the thornwood, the forest seeming to part before the captain, while entangling itself behind them. Elowen clutched the scroll case like a lifeline, following this dangerous man for no better reason than that he wasn't actively trying to kill her yet. The Stormwing revealed itself like a mirage between one blink and the next, a skyship unlike any Elowen had seen in Ethereum's docks. Where Imperial vessels were all gleaming metal and harnessed lightning, Raven's ship was a hybrid of ancient wood, advanced mechanica, and what appeared to be living components that pulsed with amber light. "My welcome aboard the finest vessel never welcomed in civilized ports," Raven announced, as they ascended a rope ladder that drew itself up after them. "Make yourself useful or make yourself scarce. Those are the only rules that matter on my ship." The crew, a collection of outcasts from every realm and species, regarded her with suspicion that bordered on hostility. A woman with scales instead of skin, navigated by instruments that responded to her touch with soft musical tones. Twin brothers with mechanical limbs managed the engine room, while a small creature that appeared to be made entirely of living shadow maintained the ship's defensive systems. "Why help me?" Elowen demanded once they were airborne, the thornwood shrinking beneath them as the Stormwing climbed into the starless sky. Raven's expression darkened as he gazed upward. "The stars are gone, Mageling, and I have a particular grudge against whoever's responsible." He gestured to his mechanical eye. "I navigate by stars others can't see or couldn't until last night." Before she could question him further, the ship lurched violently. The scaled navigator shouted a warning as electrical harpoons shot past the port bow. Imperial Armada tactics. "They're herding us toward the storm wall," Raven bellowed, taking the helm. "Corvus, deploy the shadow anchors." The mechanical Raven cawed in acknowledgement, and suddenly the Stormwing was diving through clouds that boiled with unnatural energy. Lightning forked around them, striking the hull repeatedly, but being absorbed by the living components that glowed brighter with each hit. In the chaos, the scroll case slipped from Elowen's grasp, spilling Taliesin's drawings across the deck. As she scrambled to collect them, one caught Raven's eye, a detailed rendering of a mountain shaped like a sleeping face, with a temple carved into what would be its forehead. "The Titan's crown," he whispered, snatching up the drawing. "How does your master know of this place?" "He's the Oracle," Elowen replied, then corrected herself painfully. He was. Something shifted in Raven's storm-colored eyes. recognition, then calculation. The conclave told everyone the last oracle died decades ago. They've been issuing false prophecies since before you were born, girl. The ship burst through the storm wall into a pocket of unnatural calm. The pursuing armada vessels couldn't follow. Their technology was incompatible with the chaotic energies of the barrier. In the quiet that followed, Elowen spread the drawings on the captain's table, and together they began to piece together the fragments of Taliesin's final prophecy. The images told a terrifying story. The stars hadn't merely vanished. They had been consumed by the awakening consciousness of the slumbering Titan, an entity of cosmic power that had been imprisoned beneath the world in ancient times. The celestial conclave isn't trying to stop this, Elowen realized as she connected the drawings. They're facilitating it. They believe they can harness the Titan's power when it awakens. Fools, Raven spat. The ancients didn't imprison the Titan because they feared its power. They feared its hunger. He tapped a drawing showing a spiral identical to Elowen's birthmark. And this? What does the oracle say about this? Elowen removed her glove, revealing the spiral birthmark. I don't know. I was abandoned at the Citadel gates as an infant. Master Taliesin recognized something in me and took me as his apprentice, though the conclave opposed it. Raven's expression grew grave. The star singer, he murmured, the counterbalance to the Titan. When the Ancient Ones imprisoned the cosmic devourer, they created a failsafe, a mortal vessel who could call the stars back to their courses if the Titan ever broke free. The final pieces fell into place as they approached the Titan's crown, a mountain formation visible on the horizon. According to the prophecy, Elowen would need to stand at the sacred altar at the precise moment the Titan fully awakened. Her song could either restore the stars to the sky or grant their power to the Titan permanently. I have no song, she whispered in despair. I don't know how to sing the stars back. The oracle believed you did, Raven replied, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ensured you escaped with these. He paused, studying her with newfound respect. And sometimes we don't know our own song until the universe demands we sing it. The Imperial Armada caught up with them as they approached the temple entrance, and the umbral silencers emerged from shadow portals on the mountain itself. Raven and his crew formed a defensive circle around Elowen. Get to the altar, the captain commanded. We'll hold them here. Why risk everything for this? She asked. Or for me? Raven's mechanical eye whirred as it focused. Because I've sailed the void between stars, Majorling. I've seen wonders your conclave could never imagine, and I refuse to live in a world where those lights go out forever. He drew twin blades that hummed with energy. Now run! Elowen raced through ancient corridors as battle erupted behind her. The chamber at the heart of the temple opened before her, a perfect acoustic space designed to amplify sound to cosmic proportions. At its center stood an altar of star metal, thrumming with power as the ground beneath it shifted. The Titan was awakening. In that moment of perfect terror and clarity, Elowen finally understood. The voice that had been stolen from Taliesin had not been lost. It had been preserving itself for this moment, this vessel, this purpose. As she placed her marked palm upon the altar, the oracle's voice flowed into her, bringing with it the knowledge of a song older than civilization itself. The melody began as a whisper, then grew to fill the chamber, the mountain, the sky. Each note corresponded to a star, calling it back to its appointed place in the cosmic dance. As she sang, Elowen felt the Titan's consciousness push against her own, ancient, hungry, mesmerizing in its promise of power. Join me, it offered in thoughts vast as galaxies. Rule beside me. Why restore the stars when you could command them? For one terrible moment, Elowen hesitated. Then she remembered Taliesin's final command. Remember. And she did remember, not just her training, but the truth that had been hidden within her since birth. She was not merely the star singer, she was the star child, born of celestial essence, placed in mortal form as the ultimate expression of cosmic balance. Her song reached its crescendo as the Titan fully awakened. Light erupted from her being, shooting skyward through an opening in the temple roof. Across the world, people watched in awe as stars rekindled one by one, blazing with renewed brilliance against the darkness. When Captain Raven and his surviving crew members reached the central chamber, they found Elowen transformed, her mortal form now suffused with starlight, her eyes holding the depth of the cosmos itself. "The Titan sleeps again," she told them, her voice resonant with harmonies beyond mortal comprehension. "But the balance is fragile. I must become the new oracle, to watch and warn should the darkness stir again." In the years that followed, the Crystal Citadel was reformed under the guidance of the Star Oracle, with Captain Raven and his skyship serving as her unlikely ambassadors to the disparate realms. The Imperial Armada was disbanded, the Celestial Conclave reconstructed with wiser oversight. And on clear nights, those with keen eyes noticed something new among the familiar constellations. A pattern of stars forming the outline of a great raven in flight, its wings spread protectively across the heavens. A celestial guardian, honoring a most unusual alliance between a pirate who loved the stars and the woman who sang them back into existence. Story 5. The Great Wall of Moria stretched toward the heavens like a scar across the land, its weathered stones gleaming silver under the dual moons. On the eastern side, spires of crystal and enchanted towers floated impossibly against gravity's pull, their surfaces shimmering with arcane symbols that pulsed in rhythm with the tides of magic. To the west, a landscape of brass and iron sprawled in methodical precision, mechanical wonders of gears and steam that churned day and night, powering a realm where logic reigned supreme. For 7 centuries, the wall had stood as an immutable boundary between two worlds that were never meant to touch, the arcane dominion and the mechanist provinces. Two halves of a broken whole, a kingdom sundered by the wisdom of the founding council for reasons long lost to legend and political convenience, until the earth itself rebelled. The quake struck at midnight on the day of divergence, the anniversary of Moria's division. It began as a low rumble beneath the foundations of the wall, a tremor that grew into a roar as ancient as time itself. The ground split open like a wound, and from within that terrible gash arose a column of light, neither the warm gold of science nor the cool blue of sorcery, but a violent purple that had no place in either realm. Alaric Ironheart wiped the soot from his brass goggles as he surveyed the damage from the hillside observatory. The quake had left a jagged fissure extending nearly half a league from the wall's central gate, exposing something that his rational mind struggled to comprehend. "Impossible," he whispered, adjusting the calibration on his ether vision scope. The sensors must be malfunctioning, but the readings remained unchanged. Energy signatures, unlike anything recorded in the Mechanist archives, pulsed from the newly exposed cavern beneath the wall. The Council of Cogs would require answers, and as the youngest master engineer ever appointed to the Order of Rational Thought, Alaric knew he would be the one sent to investigate. 3 days, journey east of the wall, in the floating citadel of whispers. Archmage Isolde Moonweaver jolted awake as her scrying pool erupted into a fountain of spectral butterflies, a warning enchantment triggered by a magical disturbance of catastrophic proportions. "The balance shifts," she murmured, her silver eyes reflecting the chaos of energies now visible in the ethereal plane. The Council of Nine would demand an explanation, And as the only mage who had dared study the forbidden texts of pre-division history, Isolde knew she alone could unravel this mystery. The underground chambers revealed by the quake defied all logic. Walls inscribed with runes that seemed to shift when observed directly. Mechanisms neither purely magical nor wholly technological, but a forbidden fusion of both. As Alaric descended into the darkness with his expedition of clockwork assistants and steam-powered excavators, he couldn't shake the sensation of being watched by the very stones themselves. These markings, he noted into his phonographic recorder, appear to be protection sigils, but they incorporate elements of mechanical precision that should be beyond the capabilities of arcane practitioners. What he didn't record was how the sigils made his skin crawl with recognition, as though some part of him understood their purpose on a level deeper than conscious thought. On the eastern approach, Isolde's expedition moved in silence through chambers that should not exist. Her apprentices maintained a sphere of mage light that cast long shadows across runes that whispered forgotten truths directly into their minds. "These are containment wards," she observed, tracing a finger above a particularly complex sequence, "but they incorporate mathematical principles that no mage has employed since before the division." What she didn't say was how the mathematics sang to her like a half-remembered lullaby from childhood, awakening memories that couldn't possibly be her own. The two expeditions converged at the heart of the underground complex, a vast circular chamber dominated by a mechanism that defied categorization, a massive construct of interlocking rings inscribed with runes, rotating slowly around a central core of suspended purple light. The air thrummed with power, and reality itself seemed to bend and distort around the device. Alaric and Isolde locked eyes across the chamber, mutual suspicion immediately flaring into open hostility. "Step away from the mechanism, witch," Alaric commanded, his voice steady despite the unease crawling up his spine. His automaton guards raised their steam-powered crossbows. "Now silence, gearmonger," Isolde retorted, her hands already tracing sigils of protection in the air. Her apprentices formed a defensive circle around her. "Your primitive mind cannot comprehend what you've stumbled upon." Yet even as ancient enmities played out their predictable script, both leaders felt an inexplicable familiarity, not with each other, but with the chamber itself. When the mechanism suddenly accelerated its rotation and began to emit a high-pitched keening, both Alaric and Isolde acted on pure instinct. He rushed to a control panel embedded in the western wall. She moved to an arcane focus on the eastern side. Without communication or coordination, they simultaneously deactivated what their deepest instincts recognized as fail-safes. The keening stopped. The rotation ceased. For 3 heartbeats, silence reigned. Then the purple light exploded outward, engulfing them all. When Alaric regained consciousness, the chamber was transformed, the mechanism lay shattered, and where the purple light had been, 7 towering figures now stood, humanoid in shape, but composed of living stone and metal, their bodies inscribed with the same runes that covered the walls. The runic guardians of legend, believed to be mere metaphors in the ancient texts. "The seal is broken," intoned the central figure, its voice reverberating with the sound of grinding stone and flexing metal. "The convergence begins." Across the chamber, Isolde struggled to her feet, her silver eyes wide with horror as understanding dawned. What have we done? Over the next 3 days, chaos engulfed both realms. The wall began to dissolve in sections, reality itself warping where the barriers weakened. In arcane territories, mechanical principles spontaneously manifested. Water wheels turning without water, gears appearing in living wood. In mechanist provinces, magic seeped through the rational world like ink through parchment, machines developing consciousness, metal transmuting into flesh. And everywhere, the runic guardians walked, accelerating the process, heralding what they called the reconciliation. Declared traitors by their respective councils, Alaric and Isolde found themselves unlikely allies, fleeing through a landscape increasingly foreign to them both. The hybrid zones, where magic and technology now intermixed chaotically, proved deadly to unprepared travelers. Yet somehow, they navigated these regions with an instinctive understanding neither could explain. The division was a lie, Alaric realized as they sheltered in the ruins of an ancient library that predated the Wall. Our societies weren't separated to preserve their purity. They were separated to maintain the seal, Isolde finished, poring over crumbling texts that spoke of the cosmic duality and the primal entity. The founding council didn't divide Moria to protect its people from each other. They divided it to prevent something far worse from emerging, Alaric concluded. The texts spoke of Concordia, the ancient fortress where science and magic had once existed in harmony, where the primal entity had first been contained. If answers existed anywhere, they would be there, in the forbidden neutral zone at the heart of the Wall itself. Their journey to Concordia became a desperate race against the accelerating convergence. Each passing day brought fresh horrors as the runic guardians systematically dismantled the barriers between realms. With each barrier that fell, the sky darkened further, a shadowy presence growing visible in the space between the moons. Concordia's ruins stood at the exact center of the original kingdom, now a forbidden zone monitored by deadly sentinel constructs from both realms. The fortress appeared as a jumble of broken spires and shattered domes, but as Alaric and Isolde approached, reality shifted. The ruins stood whole before them, existing simultaneously in past and present. Within its halls, they discovered the truth through ancient recordings and enchanted memories. Moria had once been a unified kingdom where technology and magic complemented each other, creating wonders beyond imagination. But their combination had also, accidentally, created a tear in reality through which the void entity began to emerge, a cosmic parasite that consumed unified worlds. The founding council had made the only choice they could: sunder the kingdom into opposing halves, creating a metaphysical division that would force the entity back and seal the breach. The runic guardians were created as fail-safes, programmed to restore balance should the division ever become too complete or too weak. But now, misunderstanding their purpose, Alaric and Isolde had unleashed them to restore a unity that would doom the world. In Concordia's heart, they found the original sealed chamber, a perfect replica of the mechanism they had deactivated. Here, the texts explained, the seal could be reconstructed, but at a terrible price. The seal requires both halves in perfect balance. Isolde read aloud, her voice faltering. A willing sacrifice from each realm, forever bound to maintain the division. Their eyes met, understanding passing between them without words. 7 centuries of enforced separation had created artificial hatred between peoples once united. But in these two, an engineer with an inexplicable affinity for magical theory, a mage with an uncanny understanding of mathematical precision, something of the original unity had survived. As the void entity's shadow began to blot out the moons and the runic guardians converged on Concordia, Alaric and Isolde took their positions on opposite sides of the chamber. The mechanism between them hummed to life, responding to their presence. "I never believed in fate," Alaric said, his hands steady as he calibrated the mechanical half of the seal. "Nor I in predetermined outcomes," Isolde replied, weaving the magical counterbalance. Yet here we stand. When the Guardians breached the final chamber, they found the seal already restored, a perfect fusion of technology and magic. powered by two souls who had discovered too late that the greatest strength lay not in separation, but in the harmonious balance between opposing forces. The void entity retreated, the sky cleared, and the great wall of Moria stood firm once more, but changed. Where once it had been a barrier of stone and mortar, now it existed as a shimmer in the air, a permeable boundary that required constant maintenance and understanding from both sides. In the centuries that followed, the people of Moria would tell the legend of the engineer and the archmage, who remained as spectral guardians at the wall's heart. Neither fully alive nor truly dead, they maintained the delicate balance between realms, a living testament to the truth that division and unity were not opposing concepts, but complementary forces in an eternal dance of cosmic harmony. And in quiet moments, when the dual moons aligned in the night sky, travelers passing near the center of the wall would sometimes report hearing the soft sound of voices engaged in endless conversation, one speaking of gears and levers, the other of spells and enchantments, but both ultimately describing the same world from different perspectives. The legacy of the forbidden runes endured not as a cautionary tale of hubris, but as a promise that even the most ancient divisions could, with wisdom and sacrifice, be transformed into bridges of understanding. Story 6. Where the world ends, the fragmented islands of Moria begin, a realm where massive shelves of land hover suspended above endless cascades that plummet into silver mist, defying the very laws of nature. Here, water does not simply flow. It dances, spirals, and sometimes rises against the pull of the earth, forming impossible floating pools that glimmer like liquid mirrors against the twilight sky. The islanders build their curved dwellings into cliff faces and across the narrow stone bridges that connect the archipelago, each structure adorned with shells and pearls that catch the light of twin moons. It was upon the sacred Isle of Thalassos, named for the slumbering goddess of the depths, that the child was born under a blood-red tide, the first oracle to appear in 1,000 years. The moment of birth split the night with silent lightning that struck from cloudless skies, and the infant emerged with eyes of flowing quicksilver, reflecting not the world as it was, but glimpses of what might come to pass. Prince Kieran stood at the edge of the royal balcony, his knuckles white against the pearl-inlaid railing as he watched fishing vessels return to harbor far below. The salt breeze tousled his copper hair, and he absently traced the thin scar that ran from his left temple to jaw, a reminder of the one battle he had not fled. Behind him, the doors to the council chamber remained closed, but the raised voices of his elder brothers and the king penetrated the ornate wood nonetheless. The third prince is unworthy of such a sacred duty. The voice belonged to Crown Prince Arik, heir to the Seafoam throne. He refused to lead our ships in the conquest of the Coral Straits. He speaks against our divine right to rule the surrounding waters. And now we would entrust him with the oracle. Kieran's jaw tightened. The conquest had been nothing but a slaughter of peaceful maritime traders who refused to pay tribute to Moria's expanding empire. He had indeed refused to command the fleet and earned his father's everlasting disdain for it. The doors swung open. King Deveron XXIII stood framed in the doorway, his ceremonial crown of twisted silver and blue pearls catching the fading light. His beard, once as fiery as Kieran's hair, had gone the color of sea foam, but his eyes remained sharp as a hawk's. "You will serve as guardian to the oracle," the king declared without preamble. "Perhaps this duty will finally teach you the worth of sacrifice for our kingdom." Kieran bowed stiffly. "As you command, your majesty." "You sail for the Temple Isle at dawn," his father added, already turning away. The High Priestess awaits you there." The Temple Isle floated higher than any other in the archipelago, permanently shrouded in mist. The royal ship approached through banks of fog that parted like curtains, revealing the ancient structure carved directly from a massive spire of blue-tinged stone. Waterfalls flowed upward around its base, defying gravity to form a liquid crown before cascading back down in a perfect circle. High Priestess Marielle greeted Kieran at the dock, her robes the color of deep water, her aged face serene yet unreadable. "You come reluctantly, young prince," she observed. "Not a question." "I come as commanded," Kieran replied. "There is a difference between duty accepted and duty embraced," she said, leading him up countless stairs carved with intricate patterns of waves and sea creatures. "The oracle does not merely need protection, it needs understanding." They entered a circular chamber at the heart of the temple. In its center stood a pool of water so still it resembled polished glass. Beside it sat a small child, no more than 4 years old, trailing tiny fingers through the water. When the child looked up, Kieran caught his breath. The eyes were indeed like liquid silver, constantly shifting and flowing within their orbs. "The oracle has no name," Marielle explained. "Names bind us to earthly existence, and the oracle exists between realms." "Every child deserves a name," Kieran said softly. "Perhaps that thinking is why you were chosen," Marielle replied cryptically. For 3 days, Kieran watched as pilgrims and nobles came to seek guidance from the child oracle. Each visitor would present a question, and the child would gaze into the pool. The silver eyes would swirl more rapidly, and the oracle would speak in a voice that seemed composed of many voices layered together. The answers were always cryptic, often in the form of riddles or fragmented visions. On the 4th day, everything changed. The temple shook with a deep rumbling that sent chalices clattering to the floor. Priestess Marielle rushed to the balcony overlooking the endless sea, Kieran close behind, with the child oracle in his arms. What they beheld defied comprehension. Massive forms breached the surface of the distant waters. First 1, then 3, then dozens, dragons of the deepest seas, creatures of legend not seen in 5 generations. Their scales glistened with bioluminescent patterns in the fading light, their serpentine bodies longer than the royal flagship. They moved with impossible grace, their course unmistakable, directly toward the temple aisle. "It has begun," Marielle whispered, her composure cracking for the first time. "Earlier than we expected." "What has begun?" Kieran demanded. Before she could answer, the lead dragon rose from the waters below the temple, its massive head level with the balcony. Rather than attack, it lowered its ancient, horned head in what could only be described as obeisance. The child in Kieran's arms raised a small hand toward the creature, silver eyes swirling faster than ever before. "They come to witness," the layered voice said. "The time approaches." That night, as the dragons circled the isle in silent vigilance, Kieran found himself unable to sleep. Something tugged at his consciousness, an instinct that had served him well in the past. While the oracle slumbered and the priestesses maintained their vigil in the main chamber, he took a lantern and descended into the lower levels of the temple. Ancient texts lined shelves carved directly into the living rock. Kieran ran his fingers along their spines until one seemed to vibrate beneath his touch, a slim volume bound in pale leather, its pages yellowed with age. The symbol embossed on its cover matched a small birthmark on his wrist, 3 wavy lines intersected by a vertical stroke that he had carried since birth. The text was written in Old Morian, but Kieran had studied the ancient tongue against his father's wishes. What he read chilled him to the core. "The oracle is not a blessed seer, but a vessel. Within each oracle dwells a fragment of her consciousness, contained and controlled. For should the goddess fully awaken, the final deluge shall unmake the world. Each millennium, as her power grows too strong for the vessel to contain, a new oracle must be consecrated through the rite of sacred submersion, and the old vessel surrendered to the depths. The rite of sacred submersion was described in terrible detail. The oracle, the child, would be drowned in the sacred pool during the alignment of the twin moons, their life force used to strengthen the magical bindings that kept the sea goddess slumbering. Then a new infant would be selected to host the next fragment of the goddess's consciousness for another 1,000 years. You were not meant to discover this. Priestess Meriel's voice came from behind him. She stood in the doorway, her expression grave. You intend to sacrifice the child, Kieran said, one hand moving to the dagger at his belt. To save millions, she corrected. This is the burden our ancestors accepted. The sea dragons come to witness the transfer of power. It is part of the ancient covenant. There must be another way. There is not. In 3 days, when the moons align, the ritual must be performed. Her eyes softened. This is why your father sent you, Kieran, not as punishment, but because of the birthmark you bear, the sign of Thalassa's chosen. It has appeared in one royal child each generation, always hidden from public knowledge. Your ancestors have performed this duty for 3,000 years. The revelation staggered him. His father had known, had been preparing him for this role his entire life. His refusal to participate in bloodshed wasn't seen as weakness, but as preparation for this sacred, terrible duty. But as he looked at the ancient text again, something caught his eye. A small notation in the margin, nearly faded beyond recognition. The willing heart shall find the third path. For the next 2 days, while preparations for the ritual continued around him, Kieran pored over every text in the library. The dragons remained, their numbers growing, their massive bodies occasionally brushing against the foundations of the temple, sending tremors through the stone. On the morning of the 3rd day, as the twin moons approached alignment, ships bearing the royal insignia appeared on the horizon. King Devran and his elder sons had arrived to witness the ceremony. With them came a contingent of the Order of Thalassa, zealots who ensured the ritual remained secret from the common people. As the hour approached, Kieran knelt before the oracle in the child's chamber. Do you understand what they plan to do? He asked gently. The silver eyes regarded him with ancient wisdom. The sacrifice is necessary but not sufficient, the layered voice replied. The sea grows restless, the goddess stirs, the old way fails. What is the third path? Kieran asked desperately. The child placed a small hand against his cheek, over his scar, the willing heart, the royal blood, the choice freely made. Understanding dawned like the twin moons themselves. As the temple bells began to toll, calling all to the sacred pool, Kieran made his choice. When the ceremony began, King Devran himself presided, his voice strong as he recited the ancient words. The high priestess led the young oracle to the edge of the pool, which now swirled with currents that moved against nature itself. Wait, Kieran called, stepping forward. The assembly turned to him, faces twisted in anger at the interruption of sacred rites. There is another way, he announced, unrolling the ancient text he had discovered. The willing heart shall find the third path. Blasphemy, hissed the head of the order. The ritual cannot be altered. Not altered, Kieran replied, fulfilled as it was truly meant to be. He turned to his father. The goddess doesn't need death. She needs communion. A willing bridge between her consciousness and our world. Before anyone could stop him, Kieran stepped to the edge of the pool and knelt beside the child oracle. I bear the mark of Thalassa's chosen, he declared, showing his birthmark. I offer myself not as executioner, but as guardian in this world and beyond." He locked eyes with the child. "Will you trust me?" For the first time, the oracle smiled, a simple childlike expression that momentarily overshadowed the ancient presence within. Taking the child's hand, Kieran stepped into the sacred pool. The waters rose around them, defying gravity, encircling them in a liquid cocoon as the twin moons reached perfect alignment. Within that suspended moment, Kieran felt the presence of the goddess, not malevolent, but ancient beyond comprehension, fragmented and confused after millennia of forced slumber. "No more vessels," Kieran whispered to the power that surrounded him. "No more fragments. I offer a covenant renewed, communion instead of imprisonment." The waters flashed with blinding light. When vision returned to the stunned onlookers, the pool had returned to stillness, but both Kieran and the child stood within it, unharmed. The prince's eyes now held flecks of silver, while the child's had returned to a natural, deep blue. "It is done," Kieran said, his voice now carrying the same layered quality that the oracles had possessed. "The goddess accepts the new covenant. The child is free." Outside, the sea dragons raised their massive heads toward the twin moons and released harmonious calls that resonated through the very foundations of the fragmented islands. A new age had begun for Moria, one where the power of the depths would no longer be contained, but channeled through the willing heart of a prince who had always seen a different path.